getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとはキャラクターとしてすごくYouTube とかで検索するとたくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成するソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていう存在自体がボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでにプロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったので、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて、初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在しています。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
To expose everything you won't admit.
And action.
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe. And my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it was like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars. In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called baby faces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things?
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
Will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
You want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard. but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point, we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement at the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent, with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Thursday, October 22nd, 2020. Paul Sweeney, I don't know if they told you, but the show's actually going to be 10 hours today because there's so much going on.
We got plenty in the lineup today, not a spare minute.
No, I hope you brought some snacks. All right, politics, though, definitely at the top of our agenda. We've got the presidential debate. We're still waiting on stimulus, and there's really some concerns about protecting our democracy. We're going to cover it over the next few hours. First up, though, let's get a check on that trading day and check in with Charlie Pell.
All right. Hi, thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you both, and absolutely right. Lots going on today. Let me get right to the numbers. I'll give you the why in a moment. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ at or near session highs right now. S&P up 17, up by 0.5%. The Dow's up 152 points, up 0.5%. NASDAQ, which has spent much of the day swinging between gains and losses, up now by 24 points. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all higher right now. Stocks have been swinging between gains and losses as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Treasury slumped. The yield on the 10-year now 0.84%. Down 6/30 seconds. Gold down $20 the ounce, lower by 1.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%. 40.61 gold, by the way, hovering just above 1900 at 1903. After earnings, AT&T surging 5.9%. Coca-Cola up 1.5%. And first day of trading for McAfee. McAfee shares, that's the cybersecurity software company, it is down by 6.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got your market set up. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Let's set the Business Week agenda. For that, let's bring in Vince Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He's on the phone from White Plains, New York. Dave Wilson with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince, let's start with you. What's top of mind for you? I know you've been watching the U.S. consumer big time.
Yeah, watching the consumer, and clearly the situation is credit's drying up to the consumer, and without a further stimulus plan, I don't think we're going to see the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. No one knows what that means. This Christmas, it's setting
If
up
you
for
watch
those
Jerry Seinfeld and you watch the reruns, there was just one on with a girl he was dating whose father collected old toys, and he was just like into it. And G.I. Joe was a big part of the story. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Fourth quarter is not really shaping up to be good for the consumer. And with the ongoing debate with stimulus, it very much appears that Pelosi and Mnuchin are buddy-buddy and coming to terms. And it's looking at like $1.9 trillion at the moment, of which $300 billion is going to go. They have earmarked for local and states aid. Flies in the face of the Senate. There was a story out just a few moments ago by the Washington Post citing aides that basically say there aren't 13 people around who are going to vote for this crap. So while the market is bid on it at the moment because of what they heard from Pelosi today and what they're getting from the White House, the reality of the situation is it isn't going to get done before the election from a standpoint of writing the bill and being able to vote on it. Now, will the two sides come to an agreement? Perhaps, but the Senate's never going to vote for it before the election, and then you have to wonder what's the impetus for a lame duck Congress or a lame duck Senate to vote for something that presumably, if Biden is president, will only help him. It's not a lot of motivation for Republicans to get behind this.
So, David, just send it to me like Vince Signorella's throwing some cold water on the market's rally here today. We're near the intraday highs here. What are you looking at when you see the equity markets today?
Well, just to sort of follow on from Vince's point, I was taking a look at the performance this month of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 and the consumer discretionary category, which is retailers, automakers, home builders. You're talking about industries that in one way or another depend on consumers' willingness to spend. Well, they've been market leaders really going back to 2009 when bull market began. This month, they basically moved with the S&P 500. They don't stand out at all. And today, you get the latest report on mortgage rates. The 30-year mortgage at a record low for the 11th time this year. And then you look at the builders. I mean, they're pretty much lower across the board here. Pulte Group, which had a 36% increase in orders in their latest quarter. They had earnings and revenue that beat analyst estimates. Those shares are down 4.7% right now, and they have a lot of company among the builders. So it just goes to show you that, all this back and forth, without any resolution when it comes to a stimulus package, it's getting people's attention here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Vince, I just am curious, what's going to get your attention on tonight's final presidential debate, assuming you're going to watch?
To be perfectly honest with you, I'm not. But I would say what I'm going to read about it afterwards is I think what people are going to want to really look at is the two differing approaches of how they're going to how they would deal with the virus going forward. And the one thing I'd be really curious to hear what Joe Biden says if he reiterates that he would follow the scientists and do another lockdown if it so called for one. I think that's something that needs to be on people's mind going forward. I'm not saying for or against in any way, shape, or form, but we know what that did to the economy the last time. And I think if you're an investor, you have to keep that in your back pocket because we do have that situation again. It doesn't really bode well in the short term for stocks, but it could create some amazing buying opportunities.
Well, I will say that's interesting. And I will say that a lot of the guests that Paul and I are talking to, especially on the medical side, I mean, there's a bunch of them that are pretty nervous about what's to come over the next few months if we are not responsible and if we don't have some leadership to get us through. David, quick check and tease for your chart coming up.
Well, here's a very deep tease. I have been out at outdoor dining the last 2 weekends.
No.
I've seen propane heaters.
Yep.
The concept showed up in the Fed's Beige Book report. So I'm taking a look at what's going on in that market.
Yeah, man, I know. Everybody's buying them. Everybody's doing pieces on that. Have you bought one, Paul?
We've always had one, and we learned that from California. It's just the way of life out there. But now, as Dave said, finding propane is a problem. My usual propane guy, he's not as reliable as he used to be.
Gotta love somebody who's got a propane guy.
That's
all
right.
right, guys, we're going to leave it there. Vince Signorella, always thank you. Global macro strategist. Check him out. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk. Squawk, a real-time curated news that is audio streamed directly through your terminal. You can find it at Squawk Go on your launch pad. Dave's going to be back a little bit later on. So I don't know about you, but I've actually been looking forward to watching the presidential debate tonight, Paul Sweeney. I think I just want to see how it goes, how different it is from last time, and what we get in terms of substance from the candidates.
Yeah, I think so. And, this could be a little bit different this time around with the mute button, which is, it's something that perhaps will make it a little bit more orderly. But as Vince was saying, I think, as we start to get this surge back again, and there's some surging in Florida, and we know what's going on in Europe, I think people want to say, how is this government going to deal with it this time around? Last time around, as we all know, it was kind of left to the states and local municipalities, and is there going to be anything different this time?
Right, exactly. We know everything's tied to getting the virus under control and really the future of our economy. We've got it covered. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, who was former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He's going to be here also on the subject of our democracy, especially on a date and day where there are some concerns about international interference, again, or foreign interference in our election. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, he's got a book, Paul, Battlegrounds, The Fight to Defend the Free World.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I was kind of going through some of the details there, and it's he kind of breaks it down by different places around the world, China, the Middle East, kind of saying, and Russia, and so on and so forth, and what should be our strategy there. And in a world where it's kind of internationalism is out of favor right now, certainly with this administration, America first, if you will, as opposed to the internationalist policies of post-World War II that arguably had some huge benefits, i.e. the growth of the West and the defeat of communism. You kind of put that into context of where we are now, and it's a much different view. What will former Vice President Biden say about foreign policy?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And our cover story this week in the magazine Robinhood, we've all been talking about this addictive trading app. It's basically, we're going to ask the question, what does it want to be when it grows up? So we'll get into that. And then we've got Intel earnings. We're going to do a deep dive into chips. In the meantime, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. U.S. officials are accusing Russia and Iran of election interference, saying Tehran is sending intimidating emails to Democratic voters. Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, tells Bloomberg it's in the self-interest of the intelligence community to go public with what they know.
After the last 4 years of various nonstop drumbeats about election security and election meddling in the 2016 elections, I think what you saw last night was an effort to say, look, it's in our self-interest as well as the public's interest to make sure that we are much clearer and much more public about what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Well, the Senate Judiciary Committee today made quick work of approving the nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the U.S. Supreme Court after all Democrats decided to stay away. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman with the latest.
I just find this to be a surreal environment we're in.
Republican John Cornyn referring to the photographs Democratic senators placed on their empty seats of constituents who would be hurt by the repeal of Obamacare, as Chairman Lindsey Graham convened the meeting.
That was their choice not to participate. It will be my choice to vote the nominee out of committee. This is a groundbreaking, historic moment where you can tell young conservative women there's a place at the table for you.
With a unanimous vote of 12 Republicans, Judge Barrett's nomination headed for confirmation by the full Senate. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says they're just about there on reaching a stimulus deal. She's talking again this afternoon with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. New Jersey governor, my governor, your governor, Phil Murphy, and his wife apparently risking exposure to COVID-19. That happened over the weekend. He was outdoors at a Hoboken bar. Anybody who knows Hoboken, that's my next door neighbor, is a town that has, I think, the most bars per capita, basically. But anyway, he said they were unmasked at times. He said this in a radio interview. I kind of cannot get my head around that.
Well, he was out there eating outdoors, and I know the restaurant well. And they have a big outdoor seating area, and it's a big social area. But they were, they were social distancing. They were outdoor, masks off while they were eating, and he was exposed. He and his wife were exposed to someone who was tested positive, and through contact tracing, they were notified. The good news is, Carol, I think both of them, the governor and his wife, have tested negative. Twice. So they'll take another test. But so they are quarantining. But, I think, to me, as I read the story, it is, with masking, you can live a fairly reasonable normalcy,
life,
if you will. Is there some risk out there? Yes, but, for a lot of people, that risk is manageable. For some, it's not, and I respect that.
Right.
But, it just goes to show that, you can, if you do the right things, you can still be at risk, but it's better than completely shutting down, which we can't afford. And we're seeing some of the numbers coming out of Europe and even certain parts of the U.S.
Well, absolutely. You mentioned Europe. We see wave of infections rising. Italy, Germany, the Netherlands, and at least 7 other nations reported record numbers of coronavirus cases. Florida cases jumping as well. So I guess my take is you're right. You respect if somebody can't wear a mask. If you're eating outside, you can't. But I guess I'm watching very closely when the numbers start to go higher. That would make me even kind of double down.
I'll give you a little homework assignment for the weekend. On Saturday, look at some of the Southeastern Conference football games, and you'll be amazed at how full the stands are. It is scary.
With masks? No masks?
No masks, mostly.
That is pretty scary. All right, we're just getting started on this Thursday. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are higher, in fact, at session highs as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Treasury slumped, S&P advancing after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she is, quote, hopeful about reaching a deal with the White House. S&P up now by 21 points. Again, best level of the day, up by 0.6%. The year-to-date gain on the S&P now 7.01%. The Dow's up 200 points, up 0.7%, and NASDAQ is up 34. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year is down 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.84%. Gold down 1%, $19.04 the ounce, lower by $20 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 1.6%, $40.66 the barrel. Shares of Gap are flying higher today, says it expects to return to profitable growth next year, easing investor concern over the financial strain of the coronavirus pandemic. Gap shares up 10.5%. Intel reports after the closing bell, Intel up now by 1.2%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.84%, S&P up 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Well, as we deal with this pandemic, there are so many things to talk about as it relates to the healthcare aspect of it. Lots of things are changing. We're not going into offices. Telemedicine is taking a big source of growth for the healthcare business. To chat about all of the changes, plus the virus, plus any potential vaccines, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. Caleb Alexander, Professor of Epidemiology from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He joins us on the phone from Charm City, Baltimore, Maryland. Dr. Alexander, thanks so much for joining us here. Let's start with the latest on the numbers. Carol and I were just talking about the really negative trends we're seeing coming out of Europe and even in certain parts of the United States. What's your take on what we're seeing right now?
Well, thank you for having me, Carol and Paul. It's a real privilege. And I should say that there's a lot of concern about the way the trends are going. And, you know, we've been talking for some time about the potential for a third wave, if you will, as the weather cools, as people start spending more time indoors, as some of us are starting to feel a little bit more pandemic fatigue. And indeed, the numbers are not looking good. In other words, we're seeing rising rates of infections, and in some parts of the country, corresponding increases in numbers of hospitalizations or deaths. And it's keeping a lot of people awake at night, I can tell you that.
Well, and I do wonder, we didn't have the playbook, right, the first time around. We were all kind of learning as we go, and in many cases scrambling just to keep up. I do wonder, Dr. Alexander, what have we learned from the past 6 or 7 months, certainly when it comes to treatment and certainly when it comes to keeping things under control or in check, if we can?
Well, we know an enormous amount more about the virus itself. We understand a lot more about how it does damage to the human body, and we certainly have made headway in identifying some potential treatments that do have an important role to play. So we do have a lot more options than we did in January or February, and I think we've also had plenty of time to understand how the virus is transmitted and what sort of public health measures can be used to prevent such transmission. And I suppose one of the most remarkable things is that despite the amount of time we've had, and despite the amount that we know, and despite the amount of scientific consensus about things such as mask wearing, that we still have such debate about that, and in some cases lose sight of the science and lose sight of what we know about how this virus infects people and kills people.
Can I just ask you, do you think that sending everybody back to school, kids back to school, has been a mistake?
Well, I mean, it's taken place differently in parts of the country, and I think that that's what should be happening. In other words, you know, there's a lot of variation county to county, city to city, school district to school district in the extent of community spread of the virus. And frankly, I think schools differ in how well equipped they are to manage that. So there are certainly some districts where I don't think that it's a great idea for children to be in classrooms face to face, and there are other districts that I think are managing it with a large number of accommodations. And so it's really an area where we can set consistent evidence-based guidelines for how schools and school systems should manage this, but the application of those guidelines really has to be fit for purpose within individual communities.
Doctor, on the vaccine front, what is your understanding of how this might play out? There are so many companies pursuing so many different vaccines and therapeutics for that matter. And I'm sure the folks at Johns Hopkins are right in the middle of all of that.
Yeah.
How do you think this is going to play out over the next 3-6 months?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a good problem to have if and when we have multiple vaccines on the market. And you're right that there are many, many in different stages of development, several that are in late stage development. And the best estimates that I've heard, the most credible estimates, are that by late this year or early next year, we may have one or more that have what's called emergency use authorization. That's a designation by the Food and Drug Administration that's not, it falls short of full approval, but it allows for a product to be used on the market. And if and when that happens, you know, not everybody needs to be vaccinated in one fell swoop. We won't have enough product to do so, and frankly, there are some people that are at much greater risk, either because of their occupations or because of their comorbid conditions, the diseases they have, how old they are. So there are going to be different tiers of people that really need it early and people that can wait and don't have such a pressing need. But we really need to do everything we can to ensure that the scientists and public health professionals are to do their jobs.
Right.
And we're fortunate to have such a good drug administration, and they really need to be regulating these products and governing their access to the market.
Dr. Alexander, sit tight. We're going to do a little bit of world and national news and then come back and continue the conversation, because I do wonder about that variety of vaccines that's going to be out there. And is it a case that we're all going to be taking multiple vaccines at one point? And can we overdose on vaccines? And I kind of want to understand that a little bit more. Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week. It is Thursday. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. We're going to get back to our conversation with Dr. Caleb Alexander over at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, talking about the virus. And I've got a few questions about the buffet of vaccines that we are expecting at some point. So we'll get some guidance on that. First up, though, back to your top business stories. Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Carol Master. And again, happy Thursday to you both. Lots going on today. Great reason to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio. Of course, we will have the presidential debate for you tonight. 8:30 is when our coverage begins. The actual event takes place at 9 p.m. Stocks higher across the board. In fact, we are close to the session highs, just off the high right now on the S&P. Stocks are advancing as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Let's get right to the numbers. The S&P up now by 19 points, up 0.5%. The Dow up 185, up 0.7%. NASDAQ is up 21. For NASDAQ, that is a gain of about 0.2%. 10-year is down 6/30 seconds. 10-year yield, watching that very closely today, 0.84%. We've got gold down 1.1%, 19.03 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.61. Again, worth repeating the 10-year yield there, 0.84%. A source says a participant who died during a trial of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine in Brazil had not received the company's shot. AstraZeneca shares the ADRs here in the U.S. up by 0.6%. The symptoms of coronavirus continue to linger in some patients even after they are well out of the hospital. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
There was a recent publication in the Journal of the American Medical Association, highly respected journal, showing that they followed patients after their initial onset of symptoms for up to 2 months after they initially became sick. And they found that patients' fatigue was the most common symptom, but they also had lingering symptoms from their respiratory system, so cough and some difficulty breathing at times.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. McAfee shares opened 7% lower after its IPO raised $740 million in a muted return to public markets. After a decade, the cybersecurity software company started trading at $18.60 below its $20 IPO price. McAfee, ticker MCFE, now lower by just about 6.9%. Recapping, 10-year yield, 0.84%, S&P up 19, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. Let's get back to Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He's founding co-director of the Center for Drug Safety and Effectiveness, principal investigator of the Johns Hopkins FDA Center of Excellence in Regulatory Science and Innovation. He is the perfect person to talk about when it comes to vaccines as well. Of course, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. So, Dr. Alexander, I do wonder, we just heard from one of your colleagues at Hopkins as well, Charlie Pellet, talking about that, those COVID long haulers. I do wonder, though, about the upcoming array of vaccines that we will get. And do we, as patients, consumers, ultimately, will we be taking multiple vaccines, or are we going to, at some point, have some medical guidance that says this is the kind of vaccine you should be taking versus somebody else takes a different vaccine? Help me understand this.
Well, it's a great question. And if and when we get to a point where we have multiple vaccines that are on the market, and again, I would say that that's going to be a good problem to have if that happens. They will no doubt have some differences. They may have differences in how effective they are. They have slightly different side effect profiles. They may differ in terms of how well tolerated they are. And I think that it's plausible. When they first come out, we're not necessarily going to know if one vaccine is better than another in a particular instance, but we certainly will, as time goes on, have information regarding the relative importance of the different vaccines. And rest assured, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other professional governmental organizations will be looking carefully to develop and disseminate guidance for people regarding which vaccine is right.
Doctor, it's interesting, and just as we were talking here, Sam Fazeli, who is our senior pharmaceutical and healthcare analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, he's based in London, he just messaged me and he said, if you have a vaccine with maybe 60% effectiveness and only 50% of the people take it, is it even worth it to go down the vaccine route?
Well, there's a huge push. I mean, it's very, very, very important that when vaccines hit the market, that they're used, and rest assured there will be a huge push to try to encourage people to use them, because we're not going to achieve what is called herd immunity. In other words, having enough people vaccinated so that essentially society is protected and the COVID virus doesn't transmit easily within communities unless there's widespread vaccine adoption. And so, if there are multiple different products on the market, if there are multiple different vaccines, another benefit of that is that there's going to be a demand that will far outstrip supply, even if there's some subset of the population that doesn't want the vaccine for one reason or another. And by having multiple manufacturers that are producing the vaccines, we'll have a better chance of achieving that target of what's called herd immunity. In other words, enough people getting vaccinated that the virus can no longer simply jump person to person within communities.
So, okay, and I have to say, Dr. Alexander, I do think about, is this our world now, and we're going to have similar type viruses that are really tough and very contagious and very lethal? Is this our future?
Well, we're going to get through this. I mean, I think the general scientific consensus is that, we're not going to be with this in February, so don't get your hopes up, whether or not there is one or more vaccines on the market. And it may be that there's some lingering COVID years down the line, just as we have what's called seasonal influenza, seasonal flu. But we will get through this. We will not, rest assured, in a few years, we will not all be, wearing masks to the supermarket and conducting as much engagement as we can by computer and telephone.
So there's not going to be a COVID like 2022? That's a whole new variation? No, I mean it seriously. Just got about 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, I think, we look back, the last major pandemic worldwide was 1918, 1919, and I think the best estimates and expectations are that within 12 to 18 months that we'll be in a significantly better place than we are right now.
All right, that's some optimism I can certainly use on this Thursday. So thank you so much. Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, joining us on the phone from Baltimore. And of course, the Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP. Back to world and national news, lots going on. Nancy Lyons has it covered from D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey there, Carol. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is one step closer to being confirmed to the Supreme Court. Today, Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee approved her nomination. All the Democrats on the committee boycotted the vote. Republicans say the process is still on track to have her confirmed before Election Day. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is now outlining what he has planned for the court system if he wins the White House. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
Biden says he'll set up a bipartisan commission to study reforms of the court, spurred on by his party's calls to expand the number of seats on the Supreme Court.
And it's not about court packing. There's a number of other things that our constitutional scholars have debated, and I'd look to see what recommendations that commission might make.
In an interview that will air on Sunday, Biden told CBS's 60 Minutes he'll look at several alternatives, and while he didn't get specific, Democrats and legal scholars have suggested term limits, jurisdiction stripping, and court packing, which is something Biden has said in the past he does not like. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's pleased with the progress of stimulus talks with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. She says a deal is possible.
They still haven't completely signed off on it, but I think we're just about there, that we will allocate, again, the resources and the policies necessary to do that.
Pelosi says the two sides have still not reached an agreement on state and local funding and liability provisions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. This story, like, I'm just thinking if the bars were open in New York, everybody would be sitting around having a cocktail and talking about this one, because Goldman Sachs, legendary firm, you worked there, didn't you?
No, that's one of the firms I did not.
Okay, you did not. All right. Well, they admitted a role. They basically admitted its role in the biggest foreign bribery case in U.S. enforcement history. We've talked about this a lot here at Bloomberg, conceding that its officers helped spread $1.6 billion in illicit payments across Malaysia and the Middle East in a scheme that diverted money from a development fund, we're talking about 1MDB, into an international spending spree on mansions and lavish parties.
It's just an incredible story. It's a global story. I think, with the numbers are huge. The total sum of the fines that have been announced so far on Goldman Sachs, approximately $5 billion. So that gets
that's real money,
attention.
Right, Paul?
That's real money, even for the good folks at Goldman Sachs. The angle that I find very interesting is the story we saw today on the Bloomberg about Goldman Sachs intending to claw back bonuses from some of the senior people at the firm and those involved, and that's including former CEO Lloyd Blankfein and some others. So it goes right to the top.
Yeah, they're going to also cut the pay of current CEO David Solomon and some other current leaders. And as you said, claw back compensation from Lloyd Blankfein and several other former executives. The bank coming out and saying that. Listen, we've talked about this, right, with all of these scandals, whether it's, a regular company or it's a financial company, that when there's things that go wrong and they pay these fines and then no executives are held accountable. It's a very different feel, right, coming off, I think, of the financial crisis. This is maybe some residue from that.
Yeah, this is a clawback. This is probably one of the most senior level clawbacks I can remember. So, and that, when you talk about Wall Street folks, the one thing that gets our attention is compensation. And you mess with our compensation, that's a problem. And that's why the clawback can be such an effective tool.
Yeah, this is an incredible story. And no doubt about it, it is among our most read on the Bloomberg. Check it out. This is Bloomberg.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. Stocks close to session highs. Stocks are advancing as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Right now, the S&P is up 17. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average advancing 164 points, up 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 18. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. 10 years down 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield now 0.84%. Gold is down 1%, 19.04 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.61 a barrel. After earnings, AT&T surging 5.6%. Coca-Cola up now by 1.4%. Also after earnings, Southwest Airlines up 5.9%. American up 2.9%. After the closing bell today, we will be hearing from Intel. Shares up now by 1.1%. Again, worth repeating the 10-year, the yield there 0.84%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Robinhood, Paul, definitely one of the COVID economy's breakout successes, right? We've talked a lot about it. It can take advantage, those who use it, of volatility in the marketplace. It also can create volatility, I think, in the marketplace. But I feel like now it has to figure out what it wants to be.
When it grows up.
Yeah, when it grows up. It is this week's cover story in the magazine. Let's get more from Bloomberg News investing reporter Annie Massa. She's on the phone in New York City. Also here, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the phone in Brooklyn. I mean, we know, Joel, the millennials, they're pretty addicted to this one.
Yeah, and this has been, like you kind of hinted at there, it's been sort of one of the stories of the pandemic is just how day trading became the thing that has been captivating people on their phones for months now, and it's made people be doing things that are sometimes a little bit crazier than what they would have probably otherwise been doing, simply because there's nothing else going on that looks like an entertainment in the same way. And so it's basically almost become, Robinhood especially, has almost become sort of part of this like financial entertainment ecosystem during the pandemic. And so we've been watching it along the way, and Annie Massa has been breaking a ton of news. And we wanted to kind of put it all together and just say, like, look, this is Robinhood is now officially a pandemic pastime. But the question becomes, where do they go from here, I think? What's the plan? How do you take something that, they popularized free trading, fractional shares of ownership now, but where do you go from there? And Annie, what did you find out as you tried to ask that question?
Yeah, that was a major question we were trying to figure out, because Robinhood has proved so amazing at just getting people onto its platform. Like, it spread like wildfire, signing up 3 million users in the first 4 months of the year alone. And so we were kind of asking, what's the next act for Robinhood? And when you look at it, the way that they're pitching themselves to these investors, they say, okay, we get these first-time traders in the door, and then the next step for us is to have them grow with us into all kinds of other products that Robinhood doesn't offer yet, but things like one day they'll want us for mortgage lending or car and rental insurance or life insurance even. So they have a much bigger vision for what they want all these customers to do on their platform. That's not just trading. But the catch is, if you're going to offer things like insurance and retirement accounts to people, you really need their trust, and that's a place where they've struggled.
So, Annie, talk to us about the typical Robinhood trader or account user. What's the profile?
I think that there is kind of a stock image in everyone's mind of the typical Robinhood trader. I mean, 80% of their assets under management do come from millennial users, so it's absolutely a millennial product. But Gen Z is in the mix as well. And I think, the typical image that you might get in your head of a Robinhood user is maybe a college age or, kind of 20-something trader, a lot of men. But that's not the only profile. We spoke to all kinds of people who use this app, including people who don't use it just for day trading, who are trying to invest a little bit more long-term. And so it varies, but that millennial group is core for them.
And Annie, you mentioned some struggles. Let's talk about sort of the pieces of the puzzle that Robinhood users have encountered, and some of them have become frustrated about? What are some of those main gripes?
Absolutely. Well, one of the more recent issues was around 2,000 accounts were compromised, in which they found in an internal review, and that's news we broke a couple weeks ago. And the main frustration, I think, around this issue and others that have come up with Robinhood over this year is that they don't have a customer service phone number, and a frustration that's
Wait,
vented
what?
again and again.
It's like you just stop right there. It's like, what? Yeah.
That's right. So, and I mean, it's really like, it's very Silicon Valley, actually, like a lot of companies that we use all the time, a lot of tech companies don't have a real customer service number.
But this isn't like Uber, I didn't get my car. It's like, I have a question about my investments.
Exactly. And like, if you're worried that your account was hacked, or if there's an outage, like they had a major day-long outage way at the beginning of, right before the pandemic lockdown started on March 2nd that lasted all day. So if you're sitting there with your phone, like, either the app is totally down, or I'm seeing, funds disappear from my account because I'm worried it was hacked, like, there's no one to call, and that does freak people out. So it's this question of, like, can we move into a world where people are okay with that?
Annie, I'm just wondering what the competitors are thinking here. I'm thinking E-Trade, Charles Schwab, TD Ameritrade. Are they saying we need to adapt a little bit because these Robinhood folks have tapped into something?
It's a great question, and I think they have. I mean, one thing, Robinhood was really an early mover into free commission trading, and at the time, I think it was kind of a wacky idea, and now that's the industry standard. I mean, around this time last year, Charles Schwab moved to zero commissions, and all of the other major brokerages did the same, and now, zero commission trading is the industry standard. So, I mean, that's one way. They offer fractional shares. That's something which is the ability to buy just a piece of a stock instead of the whole thing. So, for example, like buying just a $5 slice of Amazon or another big tech stock. And that's something that, Fidelity and Schwab have now. So Robinhood has in some ways bent the industry to its image. It's true.
So, Annie, what are the likelihoods that a company like Robinhood might go public?
So, in reporting this story, we did hear that it's possible that this wild year that they've had could pull the prospects of an IPO public. And without commenting on the exact timeline, co-founder Vlad Tenev did say that they see themselves as a large independent public company in the future. And so, especially if you're so capital markets focused with your customers, you can imagine that they might want to harness some of that and some of the real like lightning in a bottle that they've captured this year by trying to work towards an IPO, though we don't have an exact date yet.
Well, we're all watching, and I have to say, Paul and I caught up with one of the co-founders of Wealthfront, Andy Ratcliffe, over the last week or so, and he had some thoughts certainly on Robinhood, right? Paul, one of the kind of early financial disruptors.
Right, exactly right. And this is the question: is this a trend, or when we come out of the pandemic, are people going to kind of back away from this?
And do you have to be more and offer more services? I have to say one internal message I'm getting from one of our Bloomberg colleagues who said basically, the customer service or lack thereof is one reason that they switched back to a major brokerage because they just were uncomfortable with it. All right, Annie Massa, thank you so much. Bloomberg News investing reporter, and along with, of course, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. And that conversation we had with Wealthfront, it's featured in our weekend show, so folks can check it out over the weekend on Bloomberg Radio. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. I cannot wait for the next conversation. I love talking politics.
Yeah, and today is a day for politics with the presidential debate coming up tonight, which is going to be must-see TV, I believe.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, October 22nd. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks trading close to session highs. S&P 500 index up 17 now. That's a gain of 0.5%. The Dow's up 161, up 0.6. NASDAQ is advancing 22 points. For NASDAQ, that is a gain right now of just about 0.2%. Stocks are rising with banks rallying as Treasury yields jump as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. The S&P advancing to a session high. Financial firms rallying by almost 2%. 10-year Treasury yield topping 8.84%. That is the highest since June. To be clear and worth repeating, right now the 10-year, the yield there, 0.84%, down 6/30 seconds. Gold up 1%, 19.04 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $40.64 a barrel right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. Well, Wall Street is continuing to monitor stimulus developments out of Washington. Michelle Meyer is head of U.S. economics at Bank of America.
The fiscal stimulus program that I think would be put in place would look different than back in the spring, and it would be focused more on supporting spending and purchasing power of the unemployed, supporting small businesses. Those seem to be the two really most important factors right now when you think about where there's still some lingering pain in the economy that can slow down the overall recovery.
Goldman Sachs Group will recoup payments from its top executives, marking another black eye as a series of global probes concludes over its role in the 1MDB scandal. The Wall Street Giant will claw back compensation from CEO David Solomon and his predecessor, Lloyd Blankfein, this according to a person briefed on the matter. Goldman Sachs shares, they are up now by 1.3%. It is an up day for the U.S. stock market. ExxonMobil plans to lay off an unspecified number of employees as low oil prices force the company to delay major projects. Shares of ExxonMobil, they are up today. ExxonMobil up by 4.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So it is 11 days, 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 54 seconds until the November election. I know a lot of people have already voted. I know I have this great clock. I know everybody says 12 days. No, that's when Election Day will be over. We may know an outcome. But 11 days until we all start voting. Tonight, of course, the final presidential debate. A lot going on politically today. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis is back, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital. He's back with us on the phone from Virginia. Rick, so great to have you here with us. I don't even know where to start. So let's start with the debate. I cannot wait to watch. What are you expecting? Will it be vastly different? I mean, certainly the topics are supposed to be different, but do you think it's going to be very different this time around?
Well, you know, the difference may be in the debate commission. They've said they're going to control microphones, at least in the initial question and answer period, which is at the top of each section, 10-minute sections, 2 minutes each. To answer a question, the commission will control the mic so that Trump can't talk over Joe Biden and vice versa. But then it's opened up, and so I do expect it to be combative. The Trump campaign has made it totally clear that Donald Trump's going to go after Joe Biden on his corrupt family and dealings that his son had in China and Ukraine. So I would expect sparks to fly. It'll be interesting to see how Joe Biden reacts to that aggressive approach that Donald Trump seems to like, and I think that this is the last chance to make a real material change for the campaigns in the election. We'll then have to worry for the next 11 days what kind of events will occur around the world that could affect the election. But tonight's the big night for the campaigns to make their point.
I just want to follow it. You know, I think Americans like fighters, and I don't know that. Do you think that it hurt Biden when he said, you know, shut up, come on, man, or whatever, you know, or did people feel like, yeah, I felt the same way and I would have done the same thing? So I do wonder what's the balance that Biden has to have tonight.
Yeah, there's no question that it's kind of hard to tell out of that first debate whether people reacted to Trump's overbearing and, you know, interruptions and domination of the dialogue, or whether they reacted positively to Joe Biden's, you know, sort of pushing him back. But it was a good week for Joe Biden. I mean, he clearly advanced in some of those polls in the battleground states after that debate. It was also the time when Donald Trump came down with coronavirus, so that was a bit of a distraction from all those things. And yet the campaign has sort of settled back to where it was before the last debate, polling-wise. And so I would imagine that the Biden people were happy with the outcome of the first debate and would love to replicate that.
Mm-hmm. So, Rick, I'll be honest. I'll be switching back and forth between the debate and the Giants-Eagles game, but I think there'll probably be more action.
Oh, I guess we have a night off tonight, right?
Yeah, there might be more action with the debate. Is there, this president's been reported again that he is not necessarily taking the time to prepare for this debate. I guess we're going to rely on his gut. Is there anything that you would advise this president to do in tonight's debate?
Look, I think that he did turn off voters in his last debate because of his tone, overly aggressive in his approach, overbearing. And so I don't think he has to change too much about what he says. I think he has to change the way he says it. Tone and demeanor are really important. I mean, this is part of what people have to live through for the next 4 years. And there is, in the polling data, a pretty good amount of Trump fatigue that's out there with voters. I mean, he's just in your mouth, mouth, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You wake up in the morning with 40 Twitters and you go to sleep, with him at a rally screaming his head off. So, if he wants to get reelected, I think if he just dialed it back, people would say, wow, that's the Trump we want.
So, conversely, Rick, I mean, the pandemic numbers are starting to go in the wrong direction again. How should former Vice President Biden portray that and the U.S. response or lack thereof from a federal response tonight? What's the best course of action as it relates to the pandemic for Mr. Biden?
Well, the pandemic played a pretty big role in the first debate, and I think this is where the Biden people feel they really made up ground. Not only did they attack the administration's lackluster approach to it, but they offered a very specific plan for the future, a plan which in subsequent interviews Donald Trump says is basically something he agrees to. He hasn't implemented it, but he doesn't disagree with the Biden plan. And so I think that they want this election to turn on who is the future administration best able to navigate the United States and, frankly, help the world get through the coronavirus and a subsequent economic downturn. And I think that will be as much of the debate as he can possibly push his plan for coronavirus.
What do you make of the president releasing the 60 Minutes interview, or a big chunk of it? I have to say I'm a little obsessed. I've been trying to squeeze in watching it in between prepping for the show and stuff. He's pretty agitated, it feels like, from the get-go, before they even started talking. How does that impact anything, or what's the strategy here, Rick? And would you have, if you were advising him, would you have said, yep, release it?
Yeah, I think he's trying to basically bait the refs. It's you go after the referee before the game starts because you want them to feel good for the home team. And I think this is sort of a message to the debate moderator, Kristen Welker, tonight. He's been all over attacking her as being biased. I think he's always made a pretty good diet of attacking the media and looking for, I would think, some kind of better deal out of them by pushing back hard on them. And by the way, I think that's worked relatively well in his administration. I think there is a little bit of President's ability to cow the media by being so aggressive at them, and this is just another example of how he's done that. He is setting up a lot of alternatives on Election Day, and he needs the media to be compliant with some of his, I think, more outrageous options. And I think this is all a plan to get that ready for that.
Well, and I think many would argue that a lot of the media has become gun shy, afraid about being thrown out of the press room or, not being able to have access to the White House. So we're going to continue, do a little bit of news, and then come back and continue with Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital. Paul Sweeney, have you been watching any of the of what Trump has released?
I have seen some clips there, and it's from the get-go. You were right. Yeah, he was not happy just from the very beginning, so we'll have to see how that goes. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C., 99.1 Studios. Nancy Lyons, let's get some world and national news, shall we?
Thanks, Paul. President Trump has just landed in Nashville, where he and Joe Biden will be squaring off in their final debate tonight in one of the last potential turning points of the 2020 election. Jeannie Zaino is a professor of political science at Iona College.
Joe Biden has to be very careful he doesn't get very upset or frustrated by the attacks on his family, particularly his son, which we hear are going to be a big part of what the president may do tonight. Beyond that, he's in the lead in most polls. He's got to really do no harm in this debate. A lot of the focus is going to be, can the president change the narrative?
Tune in to Bloomberg Radio and Television for complete debate coverage beginning tonight at 8:30 Wall Street time. No deal yet on another stimulus package, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is sounding encouraged.
We continue to be engaged in negotiations, and I am hopeful that we will be able to reach agreement. We've made good progress this week.
She says they're still working on state and local funding and those liability issues. The coronavirus pandemic is impacting the Social Security Trust Fund. The Bipartisan Policy Center says the fund could be depleted by 2030, 5 years earlier than the official government estimate before the virus hit. And this is due to resulting recession and long-term near-zero interest rates. The report says even under the most optimistic economic projections, the fund could run out of money by 2034. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, talk a little bit more about the debate tonight and really kind of look forward. I want to talk about the election interference or allegations of more interference. There is a plethora of political stories on the Bloomberg right now.
There is, it really is, and I think the one of the issues that's really interesting, and it came from that 60 Minutes interview this time with former Vice President Joe Biden, talking about what would he would form a commission to study the U.S. court system, and the Democrats are saying that these alternatives go well beyond court packing to talking about maybe term limits and things like that. But it's all kind of in response, Carol, to the Republicans moving aggressively to fill that Supreme Court seat from Ruth Bader Ginsburg so close to the election. That really enraged Democrats, and I think they're putting some things back on the table that maybe hadn't been there for a while.
What's really cool about 60 Minutes is apparently they've been doing this for decades in terms of the lead up to a presidential election, and they sit down with both candidates, and so they do a deep dive. And obviously we've been talking a little bit about President Trump. We've actually seen a bunch. If you just go to YouTube, you can see a lot of, he's released a bunch of, I guess they were doing their own taping on the interview, and the same with Joe Biden. But you're right. I think the courts are a really interesting part of this process and really kind of our political system and what can happen when an election changes, certainly in the White House, right? And an administration changes. I mean, the courts, they are set and they impact, decisions that come before them for decades, right? And these have lasting impacts.
They sure do, and what's happened is they've taken on more political type cases for the simple reason that the polarization and between the Democrats and Republicans, they can't get as much done perhaps as they used to. They can't work together as much as they used to, so it kind of falls to the courts to rule in cases that may, be in place of actual legislation for some issue, and it's happening more and more. So the question is, does a court need to evolve as well?
Yeah, and you do wonder, right? Do we get, more justices or how things will change?
Yep.
Sports, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. EQT Corp, that is the biggest producer of U.S. natural gas, seeking to acquire rival CNX Resources. This, according to people familiar with the matter, as M&A accelerates in the distressed shale patch. EQT surging 2.8%. As for CNX, it is up now by 9.4%. So again, developing story, one that we are keeping an eye on. Now, let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Plenty going on. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are in the green, helped by stimulus comments. Dow's currently up 145 points. S&P's gained 15. NASDAQ lagging a bit, only up 6. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.85% now. Gold trading lower by 19. Transports are a little changed. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders to the upside were energy and the financials. Real estate led to the downside. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, J.P. Morgan, Boeing, and American Express. Salesforce and Apple were weak. And after earnings, Southwest jumped 6%, while Rail Union Pacific fell as much as 7%. In other news, McAfee opened at $18.60. The IPO was priced at $20, and Pelosi says we are just about there on a stimulus deal. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Seagate and Intel. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg Type Squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, just days away from the election. Tonight we have the final presidential debate. Let's get right into it. Rick Davis joins us once again. He is partner of Stone Court Capital, former Republican strategist and Bloomberg contributor, and he was Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He ran that campaign. He joins us on the phone from Alexandria. So, Rick, if you believe the polls, and I know a lot of people necessarily don't believe the polls, President Trump is behind Joe Biden. What would you advise him to do over the next 11 days to try to rally?
He's got to do is pick his shots. There are arguably a dozen states that are in play, states that are within the margin of error in the polling, states that are critical electoral college states that Donald Trump would need to be able to put together a strategy around getting 270 electoral votes, and he's just got to pick his shots. He's not only behind in polling, he's behind in money, and arguably 44 million people have already voted, so he's probably behind in votes already. And so he's just got to narrow his campaign aperture down to something that he's just got to be convinced that if he can win in these 4 or 5 states, Florida, Arizona, Pennsylvania, maybe Michigan, Wisconsin, then he's got his whole campaign riding on that. Right now, he's still running what I would call a national campaign, where they're spending a lot of time in a lot of states that arguably aren't going to matter if he's not going to pick a few states to win.
So what does Joe Biden need to do to win?
Well, I think Joe Biden's got tons of options, right? I mean, he's got more money, so he can spread the board a little bit. He can look for opportunities in states like Arizona that have voted Republican in presidential campaigns since Bill Clinton won in his reelection, and try to force the Trump campaign to spread thinner than they are able to, and so he has the advantage of, if the election were held today, he'd probably win in most of these states. That being said, the next 11 days are critical. There's no question that the 2016 race was able to swing around where Hillary Clinton was ahead of Donald Trump at this point in the race, albeit less than Joe Biden's doing right now, and wound up losing. So there's still time for this race to change dynamics, and yet I would say tonight, Joe Biden does a good job in the debate tonight. He will have crossed an important bridge to winning.
Is it still really close?
Well, when you look, first of all, it's not a national election. So forget all these polls that show nationally Joe Biden win by 10 points, right? I mean, we don't vote nationally. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million and lost. So take that off the boards. When you look at states like Florida, dead heat. North Carolina, dead heat. Ohio, dead heat. Arizona, dead heat. I mean, these are really important states for electoral votes. Whoever wins Florida and Arizona is going to be the next president. And those states are within the margin of error in most public polls. And when you talk to the Biden campaign, they say they're winning those states. And when you talk to the Trump campaign, they say they're winning those states. So if Trump wanted to consolidate his entire campaign into Florida and Arizona, he'd probably be smart to do it.
Hey, Rick, let's just assume that Biden wins. Republican strategists, they go back and they think about, what are we going to do with our party going forward? And my question to you is, what happened to the Republican Party, the party of Reagan, Bush, Dole, McCain? And does the Republican Party want to get back there?
Yeah, well, that's about leadership. The Republican Party is a very hierarchical party, right? We are all about our leadership. And when you're president, you are indisputably the leader of the Republican Party. The Democratic Party is much more of a bottom-up party, right? And power is much more emanated from the bottom that goes to the leaders at a local level. The Republican Party, we like the top of the ticket. And so I would say one thing that people, regardless of what happens in this election, need to remember, and that is that 4 years from now, it's very likely that you could have two women running for president, which would be historic, Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley. And I like our prospects for the Republican Party if that's the contest 4 years from now. So you can see how quickly things can change as to who represents the party of Lincoln and Reagan and John McCain. You could change that overnight with a nomination of someone like Nikki Haley.
Rick, I would just say, though, as a woman, it's taken a long time to finally see something, actually female candidates, potentially running for president. So it feels like, even though things can change quickly, it feels like it's been a long time coming.
Well, it may be the best possible option for electing a woman is to have both parties nominate one.
I love the idea. I love it. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, always love talking with you. Thank you so much. Great insight. Former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital, on the phone from Virginia. My favorite conversations have been the ones that we've been doing with Rick and also Jeannie Zaino, just talking about, this election, because it's been a race like no other.
It's been a race like no other. And again, that's a new idea for me, is Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris 4 years from now. What would that mean for this country, and how would that race go? Just
some great SNL skits coming off of that one.
Yes, some great SNL skits. That's exactly right. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Paul Sweeney, Carol Masser on this Thursday. Coming up, we got the chart of the day.
I wonder what Dave Wilson's going to have today, and I wonder how he's going to tie it into his music. That's always the fun part.
You didn't cheat? You didn't look at his chart of the day?
You know what happens? I do, but then I forget about it. That's why
And they come out early, right? And it's like,
I
I don't know. Anyway, Dave will fill us in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello. There are lots going on. 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We got the big debate tonight. Another day, another deal in the hydrocarbon industry. EQT, it is the biggest producer of natural gas in America, seeking to acquire rival CNX Resources, as according to sources, as M&A picks up in the distressed oil patch. Shares of both companies are up on the news. EQT up now by roughly 4.5%. CNX up now by just about 12%. An update on Wall Street. Let's begin with the 10-year yield. Look at that now, 0.85% on the 10-year, down 9/30 seconds. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging today. S&P up 21 now, a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 180, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 0.3%, up by 36 points. Russell 2000 up 1.7%. Dow Transport's up 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index up by 0.1%. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We've got gold down 1% now, 19.04 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up by 1.5%, 40.63 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude oil. A source says a participant who died during a trial of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine in Brazil had not received the company's shot. As for shares of AstraZeneca, they are higher today, up by 0.4%. Researchers say they are seeing improvements in therapeutics being used in the treatment of coronavirus patients. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
There was a recent study that just came out from the WHO that's still under peer review that calls to question, again, the mortality benefit, the death benefit of remdesivir. But we had already had good data that showed that remdesivir did not reduce death, it reduced symptom burden. So again, another study that seems to be similar to what we already know. So what we're seeing is cases of patients having greater access to these treatments, which is also going to help us reduce ultimately the mortality level as we can scale up these interventions.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. McAfee shares opened lower after its IPO raised $740 million in a muted return to the public markets after a decade. Cybersecurity software company started trading at $18.60. That is below the $20 IPO price. Ticker MCFE down now by over 8%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.85%. S&P up 22, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Muted IPO, Paul Sweeney. That is not what you want to hear.
That's not what you want to hear, particularly if you're the company and also the investment banker, because you know you're going to get a not-so-muted phone call from the CEO.
Exactly. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio. Okay.
Nope.
I don't have a clue. Dave Wilson, come on in. Chart of the day. What is that?
It has to be kind of a TV buff to know this one.
I did think it had a theme sound to it. Wait a minute.
It is
Like a
theme.
Western?
Is it Western? Is he right?
No, not quite.
Is it Green Acres kind of thing?
No, that's...
You're kind of in the right direction, I suppose. It's from an animated series called King of the Hill.
Oh,
that
okay.
ran on Fox for a number of years.
Yeah.
And here's why I picked it. Mr. Hill, the title character, was a propane salesman.
Man, that needed a
going deep.
whiteboard to like explain
is.
that connection.
And the chart's about propane. It all fits together. Please.
Okay.
You know, Paul was wondering how I was going to tie it all together earlier.
Yep.
That's how I did it.
Well done. Well done. All right, so tell us about your chart here.
You know, it's funny because I mentioned this last hour that I've been out to a couple of restaurants lately, outdoor dining, and they had these propane heaters. And, you know, Paul was talking about how his propane supplier wasn't as reliable as he used to be.
His propane guy.
Yeah, well, there you go. What got my attention is that the word propane actually popped up in the latest Beige Book report from the Federal Reserve, specifically in a discussion of the Boston area. It said restaurants were having difficulty finding propane heating units for outdoor dining. So that got me curious about propane, you know, the heating gas. And, you know, I was familiar with a company called Suburban Propane Partners that actually trades publicly, and it's one of the biggest suppliers of this gas. So the chart compares the two, and when you run the numbers, you find out that both propane itself and that Suburban Propane Partnership units, I mean, we're talking about limited partnerships, so it's sort of their equivalent of shares, they both set record lows in March. Now, the record in propane, based on our data source, only goes back to 2008, but Suburban Propane has been public since 1995, so you're talking about basically a 25-year low for these partnership units. And what's happened since then is you've seen a rebound. In fact, the price of propane has more than doubled from its March low. And as of yesterday, you've seen Suburban Propane's partnership units up 94% from their low. So when you start hearing about propane and all these restaurants having to do outdoor heating and you can't get the gas and you can't get the heaters, well, this may well prove to be what the headline of the chart on the Bloomberg terminal at least says, rally fuel. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
And I can tell you from long personal experience, having spent a lot of time in California, where this is kind of the way they eat out all year round. These space heaters, they work well until, at least from my perspective, until like the mid 40s, maybe low 40s, and then nope. You know, it just that's kind of the end. So I'm kind of thinking around here we can get through part of November.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think once you cross into December, no dice, and you're kind of waiting till that March period again.
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, listen, this is such a great story, and it's just such, you know, so indicative, Dave, of kind of where we are right now. Did we lose Dave? Oh, did they get rid of him? Jeez, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a harsh
Dave
crowd.
Wilson. Yeah, exactly. No, but it's interesting. You know, the first thing I remember thinking back in March, you know, about the restaurants, I remember thinking even back in March, boy, they better, and I told some of my restaurant friends, get the space heaters now, because come the fall, you're not going to find them.
I think I saw an interview, was it with the CEO of REI or something, right? It's just like anything propane is just flying out of the stores.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a hot commodity, literally, as Dave pointed out. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But the restaurants are being creative as they can to keep people coming.
Yeah, and keep it open as much as they can to help them out. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to world and national news headlines. For that, let's turn things over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden will face off tonight in their last debate. Trump just landed in Nashville a short time ago. A spokesman for the president, Hogan Gidley, was asked on MSNBC to explain Trump's debate prep.
I'm not going to get into whether or not the president has had those debate prep sessions. He said many times that obviously his tit for tat with the press is a lot of the debate prep that he likes to have. And with the questions you guys throw at him every single day, he's well prepared. But of course, he does prepare for these debates as well.
Joe Biden has stayed off the campaign trail this week to work on his debate prep. With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, Biden is leading most national polls and has a narrow advantage in the battleground states that could decide the race. The pandemic has prompted a Washington think tank to move up its forecast for when Social Security could run out of funds. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
The Bipartisan Policy Center says the Social Security Trust Fund could run out of money within 10 years due to the coronavirus-induced recession and long-term near-zero interest rates. Prior to the pandemic, the Social Security Administration estimated the trust fund would be depleted by 2035. At that point, payroll taxes and other income would cover only about 79% of costs. meaning the government would need to raise taxes, cut benefits, or pull revenue from other sources. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The winds are back in Northern California, and that's prompted utilities to shut off power in some areas to prevent sparking wires from igniting new wildfires. About 32,000 customers affected. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along here with Paul Sweeney. So this is somebody who really understands the credit markets. It's certainly a well-known name to our audience and to Bloomberg Terminal users. Boaz Weinstein and Eric Schatzker caught up with him, did an interview, put out a story on the Bloomberg, but it talks about how he is predicting credit chaos, around the U.S. presidential election, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the equity markets, and it's pricing in some risk here. We have a VIX around 30, but the spreads in the corporate bond market are very, very tight. And he just feels like something's got to give there. And I'll tell you, I think folks need to listen to him. Look, his fund has had an 80% return through September. That's in his flagship hedge fund. So they've played the volatility in the market very well, extraordinarily well year to date. And he kind of feels like, something has to give here. Either the equity markets are a little too jittery, or maybe the credit markets are just too complacent.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, that's what jumped out for me at this story, that 80% return through September. I mean, that's just off the charts. He's a guy, he doesn't pick stocks or bonds based on fundamentals, doesn't look at things like cash flow or earnings growth. He's basically interested in, Paul, as you were talking about, relative value and determining whether the prices of similar instruments are out of whack and then positioning to profit as the imbalance corrects. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of election, what the day is like, what the night's like. Do we have a winner by the end of election day? And to see how the markets react. Because if you remember 2016, initially futures sold off after Donald Trump was elected, and then they quickly turned around.
Yes, that's right. And I think here, there was a time just a few weeks ago when the market was really pricing in a contested election and real weakness in September. And then as Joe Biden's poll numbers improved, that kind of dissipated a little bit. And now people are just kind of getting a sense of what's going to happen to the Senate. That's also important as well.
It's huge. Anyway, check out this story. I'll put it out on Twitter. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks are higher across the board. Banks are rallying. Treasury yields jumping as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. S&P climbing to a session high. Financial firms rallying by almost 2%. Let's begin with the 10-year. The yield there now, 0.85%. S&P up 20. That's a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 171, higher by 0.6. NASDAQ up 31, up by 0.3%. Again, stocks holding very close to session highs. 10-year worth repeating, 0.85%. Gold down $19 the ounce, down 1%. 1904 West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.65 a barrel on WTI. Among the companies reporting after the close of trading, Intel shares up now by 1.26%. Recapping, S&P up 20, a gain of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
And just got about 11 minutes left in today's trading session. We're pretty much hovering near some of our best levels of this session. Charlie, of course, breaking down those numbers. It is time for the Drive to the Close. Delighted to have back with us one of our favorite voices when it comes to markets and when it comes to talking Tesla. We do it a lot with him. Ross Gerber is back, President and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. He is with us on the phone from Santa Monica, California. So, Ross, good to have you here with Paul and myself. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well. Just watching the markets, waiting for the election outcome, and watching Tesla just continue to go higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, it's great, isn't
it? We should be, full disclosure, Ross owns shares of Tesla. He has a Model 3. He knows this
and
company
a Model
really
Y.
well. And a Model Y.
Okay.
That's my wife's. It's my wife's.
You're all in. So what'd you make of the quarter last night, Ross?
It was great. I'm really stoked. Like, they finally have, gotten out of that stage of, like, being kind of shakily profitable and sort of like barely getting there to just blowing it out. And now with $14 billion in cash on the books, they're just fully, they have full liquidity to achieve their dreams of building all these gigafactories all over the world and increasing production by several orders of magnitude. So I'm very, very excited because, boy, the last couple of years have been tough for Tesla to get to this stage, and now we're getting to the fun part.
So it makes me wonder, where are all the other automakers? They're watching Tesla, and I feel like they're just letting Tesla really kind of own this market.
Yeah, they are. And I would say the same thing about, the mall owners or whatever. It's like the auto industry in the United States is about to get devastated because they simply have failed to understand that the technological shifts that are happening that are going to affect them is something they need to go all in on versus these sort of tiptoeing into the market with, sort of half-assed products that just ultimately sell more ICE vehicles for them, that higher margin. So they're giving up the future to make something today, and that's going to be a huge mistake longer term for the big automakers.
What do you make of General Motors coming out with an $80,000 electric pickup truck? That seems like a compelling product. Maybe not the price tag, but the product.
No, I mean, it's not compelling at all. I don't know anybody in the pickup side of the world that wants to spend $100,000 on a truck. I think that's exactly the point I'm trying to make is, first of all, they haven't come out with anything. They showed us a video of a truck. Now, the last video of a truck I saw was from Nikola, and they pushed the truck down the hill. So, when GM actually shows me a real truck, then we'll talk. But I've been in more EV factories than I care to talk about, and this is a really hard thing to build. So just saying we're going to build these trucks, that doesn't mean anything. You prove to me you're going to build a truck, and I'll see the truck, then we'll talk. But the second thing is, how are they going to sell a truck for $120,000 when I can buy an amazing GM truck for $50,000 or $60,000? So it's like, who's going to do that? You know, so until these companies go all in, and I've said this many times, you have companies like Rivian and Lucid, which are pure EV companies with good financial backing that are all in EV companies, and these are the companies that are going to be successful longer term. But Detroit, they seem to just, you know, put their head in the sand, keep selling, keep doing what they're doing, and hope that Tesla goes away. It's not going to happen.
Ross, that's what I wanted to ask you. Like you said, you're in and out of EV plants. You're checking out, you know, this industry, you know, to understand it much more broadly. I mean, who are the other folks beyond Tesla? We know you like Tesla, you know, that you're keeping a close watch on.
Okay, so here's what I've learned recently at Tesla. I was at Autonomy Day. I am one of the few, probably one of 30 people that have walked through this new cell factory where they are making new batteries with new technology that is nothing like the old. And one of the things that came to my attention in this was the fact that even if Tesla is successful with everything they do, it's barely a dent in the fight for climate. There's so much demand for EVs, and there's so much opportunity in EVs, yet you know, only a few people are playing it. So the way we see it is there's huge opportunity in cell manufacturers, in the entire supply chain of the EV ecosystem. And that's where we're now investing a lot of money, is into the EV supply chains, battery suppliers, cell producers. This is the future, and it's like going back to 1971 and Intel created a computer chip. Intel wasn't the only computer chip maker that was successful, but they were the leader. So what we're looking for are what are the other companies that are going to be successful in helping supply other companies with EV technology, as well as building that, you know, vertical integration to supply an industry that's hopefully will be selling, you know, 50 to 100 million cars one day in a decade or so. You know,
all right.
So there's huge opportunity.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Do you feel like tipping your hat as to a couple of names that you're looking at or maybe investing in?
Well, we are investing in the way I'm doing it is through an ETF right now because it's very hard to buy Korean stocks. It turns out that U.S. Investors can't easily buy Korean stocks, even institutions like myself. So we are buying an ETF in the symbol LIT, and this is a global X security that focuses on battery technology. And the top 10 holdings of this are exactly what you want to own. It's like every battery maker and supplier in Japan, Korea, and China, and that's where this technology is going to be developed and where it's going to be deployed and where there's a huge opportunity. And so that's I think the simplest way to play it, and a way where you can get exposure to many of the different players, and that's what we've been doing.
Hey, Ross, does the electric vehicle industry, from your perspective, have a view on, you know, Trump versus Biden? We're going to have an election here.
Well, yes, because obviously a guy who's pushing coal and doesn't get it isn't as good as a guy who totally gets it, who wants to see the world not explode into a fireball. So, you know, Biden's going to spend a ton of money on green energy, any way you look at it. And we're seeing it in our solar positions. You know, we're very involved with green energy as a whole, and that's mostly because I see as having no choice. So even if Trump wins, we still have no choice. I mean, the fires and the hurricanes aren't going away, but I think Biden, so we're actually betting on a Biden victory right now, and we expect our clean energy positions to go, they have already gone up a ton in anticipation of this, and I expect this trend to continue, though. Once again, these are long-term trends. We don't invest around elections or presidents because I'm thinking 5-10 years, it's going to be another president after Biden, too, you know.
Always so good to check in with you. Stay safe, Ross Gerber. Thank you so much. Ross Gerber, President and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management, on the phone from Santa Monica, California, talking Tesla and just really the whole EV world. Quick headline, crossing the Bloomberg, Gilead Sciences getting FDA approval for the antiviral drug remdesivir. Of course, a drug we've been talking about a lot, got a lot of attention when President Trump came down with the virus, and we are seeing certainly the stock, I think it took a little bit of a blip higher, you know, on that news. All right, stick around. We've just got about 3 minutes until that closing bell. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Thursday, October 22nd. An update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Folks from Overlay Shares, by the way, ringing that closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing today. S&P 500 index, let's get right to the numbers, up 18 points, a gain there of 0.5%. The Dow up 154, higher by 0.6%. NASDAQ up 21 points today. That was a gain of just about 0.2%. The big news, 10-year yield, 0.85%, down 11.30 seconds. Gold slumped $18 the ounce, down 1%, 19.05. West Texas Intermediate crude higher by 1.6%, $40.66 a barrel. So it was an up day for the U.S. stock market today. Stocks rose with banks leading as Treasury yields jumped as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Again, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all rallying today. 10-year yield, 0.85%. As I mentioned, and as you heard here on Bloomberg Radio, Gilead Sciences has won FDA approval for remdesivir. Gilead shares up by 0.6%. Tesla shares advanced today. We saw Tesla shares rallying after last night's earnings report. Ross Gerber is the CEO of Gerber Kawasaki Wealth and Investment Management. He owns Tesla shares.
Now with $14 billion in cash on the books, they're just fully, they have full liquidity to achieve their dreams of building all these gigafactories all over the world and increasing production by several orders of magnitude. So I'm very, very excited because, boy, the last couple of years have been tough for Tesla to get to this stage, and now we're getting to the fun part.
And Tesla shares up by 0.8%, bringing its year-to-date gain, or actually, the year-to-date gain, 408.92%. Again, recapping here, 10-year yield, 0.85%, S&P up 18, a gain there of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle. Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it is time to take a look at some of the movers and shakers, dig a little bit deeper into today's trade. Of course, Charlie Pellet giving us those closing numbers on Wall Street. But Carol Massar, Paul Sweeney here, along with Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponzak. Big picture, as I like to do. Paul, S&P 500, a little bit more of a bullish tone here. Charlie, mentioned that we pretty much finished off our highs of the day after trading off a little bit earlier in the session. That meant 374 names in the S&P 500, higher today, 130 lower, one unchanged. Sarah Ponzak, come on in. What did you find interesting about today's trade?
What really was interesting today, and Charlie highlighted it for us, was the move that we saw in the Treasury market. So if you look at 10-year Treasury yields, ending the day around 86 basis points. Now, it's 200-day moving average. If we were to see a breakout, it's just 1 basis point higher at 87 basis points. So quite a move. We really haven't been able to see the 10-year move sustainably higher above 80. So we'll see if that holds. But that really did influence the contours of the entire trade. For example, cyclicals leading higher like energy and autos, but really in focus was the banks. The bank industry group within the S&P 500 up 3.5% today. Also KRE, which is a regional bank ETF, surging today through its 200-day moving average. There's a lot of traders pointing to this saying this looks like a true possible breakout for regional banks, and it's just quite the change considering that banks really have not been able to get a break, especially regional banks.
Yeah, it's interesting just looking at the 3-month, 10-year spread on the U.S. Treasuries up about 6.8% today. So that's a yield curve steepening. That's something that the banks have been looking for a long time.
Hey, hang on for a second, guys, because Intel's coming out with their numbers, and I just want to break them down, just crossing the Bloomberg. Intel, let's get to the outlook, because that's always something investors watch. Sees fiscal year revenue, $75.3 billion, had seen 75. The estimate out there is $75.13 billion, so it looks like they're upping it just a little bit, right? And they're going to complete their $2.4 billion buyback balance when the markets stabilize. They are again raising their full year revenue earnings views from the July guidance, sees to ship 30% higher. Talking about some of their specific chips that are going out right now. And what are we seeing in the stock, Paul?
It is off 8.9%. So expectations coming in. Yeah, I think they were looking for a bigger raise on the top line. What do you make of that, Sarah?
Right. So Intel, obviously a huge semiconductor company, the third largest company within the stocks, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index. Semiconductors have almost quietly been under pressure lately. Before today, we had seen the stocks decline 7 days straight, which I feel like wasn't too picked up on. Today, we did see that trend reverse a tiny bit with the stocks up just about 0.1%, so bucking that trend. But still, if we see Intel, which is such a large, influential chip stock, weighing lower on the back of these earnings reports, you have to wonder if that's really going to weigh. Surely it will on the broader semiconductor index, but what this means for the industry as a whole.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Yeah, no doubt about it. Intel very influential, but I feel like they're losing their influence and have been a little bit with some of the upstarts certainly out there. AMD, certainly a smaller company, but nonetheless, when you talk to folks who follow the industry, they are really closely watching AMD. And then what's happening, Paul, with some of the foreign manufacturers?
Well, it's interesting. You look at the stock year to date. Intel's down about 10%. Broadcom up 18%. Qualcomm up 45%. NVIDIA up 127%. So the stock market's telling you that, and we'll talk to Anand Srinivasan from Bloomberg Intelligence coming up, and he'll break it down. But that market's kind of telling you here that you're exactly right, Carol. It looks like this name is falling behind in these technology spaces. That's not a good scenario.
AMD is up 73%. So, and we know Intel recently talked about, I think, manufacturing, like pushing it out of house, which was like, what? You know, it's not something that they normally do. Sarah, listen, we got to just check in with you. Great cover story, Bloomberg Business Week this week about Robinhood. I mean, this is one of those companies when we get to the end of the year that we're still going to be talking about.
It is. I mean, this is a company that has almost grown into a phenomenon in 2020. It's become the shorthand for talking about retail traders. They have seen immense growth, about 13 million users now. That is, think about E-Trade has about 5.8 million and a 40-year track record. So quite the quick growth trajectory, but they're facing a lot of challenges. They have recently had a hack, a lot of shutdowns on the site, on the app. So we'll have to see how that affects their growth trajectory going forward.
Yeah, it would be nice for them to have a customer service number. I'm just saying, people want to be able to access. It's a great cover story by you and Annie Massa. So we talked about it earlier, but everybody should check it out. It's online on the Bloomberg and on newsstands right now. All right, Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Ponzak. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr.
Wilson! Mr. Wilson, what do you have for us today with your stock of the day? On a day we've got an up day in the market. What got your attention?
Lindsay. It's a maker of equipment that farmers use to irrigate fields. The company also supplies road barriers and other items used in highway construction. Lindsay, and it's spelled with an A, is named for the Nebraska city where the company was founded in 1955. It's now based in Omaha. Warren Buffett's son Howard was on the board from 1995 to 2009, spent some time as chairman. Lindsay has been public since 1988. The ticker is LNN. The company's shares peaked in 2008, plunged as much as 84% within a year, and have been recovering ever since. Lindsay's fiscal fourth quarter results helped the rebound. Earnings beat analysts' average estimate in the Bloomberg survey for the fifth quarter in a row. Revenue beat the average projection by the most in 4 years, thanks to a UK highway project. Now, Lindsay's shares climbed as much as 12% and set a 12-year high. They retreated, though, after CEO Tim Hassinger said on a conference call that the UK work is, quote, non-repeatable at this point, end quote. They closed with a gain of just 3%.
Yeah, up about 16% so far this year, based in Omaha, Nebraska.
It's a cool American company right in the heart of America.
Yeah, farm country, right? All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Dave Wilson with his stock of the day. Again, it's Lindsay Corp. Ticker is LNN if you want to check it out on the Bloomberg and certainly at Bloomberg.com. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Paul Sweeney. Let's get to world and national news. Denise Pellegrini, where should we start?
Hey, Carol and Paul. Well, we have a nighttime curfew for non-essential businesses going up in Chicago because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And Mayor Lori Lightfoot says that's after a second surge in the second city.
The increase is startling. It's really quite breathtaking. If you think about where we were just 2 weeks ago, or even at the beginning of October, and where we are now, it's like we're back in the spring.
So that's a business curfew in Chicago starting tomorrow. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. are the hours. Also, bars without licenses to serve food will be barred from serving indoors. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says progress is being made on stimulus talks between Democrats and Republicans.
Pleased that we have reached a point where we at least they still haven't completely signed off on it, but I think we're just about there. That we will allocate again the resources and the policies necessary to do that.
Meantime, top White House economic advisor, this is Larry Kudlow, says there are some disagreements on stimulus, but
we've made great progress in this economy. It's a V-shaped recovery, in my view. But we know that unemployment is still too high.
Of course, the backdrop for all this is tonight's presidential debate, the last between President Trump and Democrat Joe Biden before the November 3rd election. And we'll have special coverage right here on Bloomberg Radio with David Weston starting at 8:30 Wall Street time. And as we've been reporting, Gilead has just received FDA approval for its COVID-19 viral remdesivir. Global News 24 hours a day. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
I am still reeling, Paul, from just hearing about Chicago, a business curfew.
Yes, I am as well. I mean,
wow.
Boy, I mean, that's tough, and that's where we want to avoid going. That's why I think here in the Metro New York area, they've been so aggressive about tamping down on those hot spots. And it appears to be making some headway here in New York. So
yeah,
just got to take the hard steps.
Yeah, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. for all non-essential businesses in Chicago. All right, let's also talk about, that's among our most read stories, but our number one most read story in the past 60 minutes on the Bloomberg has to do with Ron Perlman. We know him. He's been around for decades, certainly in the financial industry, but he has been doing a little bit, not quite a yard sale, but he's definitely been selling off assets. And first he got rid of the art, then he got rid of the Manhattan mansions. Now it's the super yacht. He is, it's a $106 million super yacht. I spent some time on the water. $106 million super yacht. This is like a floating island.
A floating island. The yacht is named C2, and it's listing on the Burgess website. 15 cabins, 85.6 meters. That's 281 feet long.
Told you it was a floating
Can accommodate
island.
31 guests plus a crew of 27. Includes a swimming pool, outdoor retractable movie screen, and fold-out balconies on two sides of a newly designed beach club.
I'm crew on my boat. I'm just going to tell you.
I am as well.
Meet.
My son refers to me as dead weight, so that's what that's my role in his sailboat.
Yeah, totally. But it's interesting. He did say, Perlman, of course, of Revlon fame, said back in September that he planned to clean house, simplify, and give others the chance to enjoy some of his beautiful things that he's acquired. And he sold more than $350 million worth of artwork. And is shopping 2 New York City townhouses for about $75 million. Sotheby's, meanwhile, is offering one of the crown jewels of his art collection. We're talking about his sculpture, a Giacometti sculpture, Grande Femme 1, which could fetch about $90 million.
Wow,
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's amazing. And so getting liquid, as they say in the business here, I wonder what he's going to do with this capital, but interesting story.
Yeah, exactly. And just changing dynamics.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. To move higher for the U.S. stock market, 10-year yield now 0.86%. Stocks rallied, banks moved higher on a jump in Treasury yields. Lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Here's where we ended the session with the S&P 500 index climbing 17 points, up 0.5%. The Dow up 152, also up 0.5%. Nasdaq up 21. That was a gain of about 0.2%. After the bell, we did hear from Intel. Intel shares are moving lower after hours. Intel is now trading lower, down right now by 10.48%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.86%. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all higher. Bank shares rallied. S&P up 17, a gain of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Intel numbers after the close met estimates. They boosted their guidance slightly, I would say. So I go and I look at the GIPA function on the Bloomberg terminal for Intel, and what do I find? Stocks trading down 9.5% in after hours. Let's get a sense of what's going on here. We turn to Anand Srinivasan. He's a senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, been following the tech industry forever, one of the top chip guys out there. He joins us from the phone in New Jersey. So Anand, I thought the numbers were okay, but what am I missing?
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting strong numbers. Number one, the PC business wasn't as strong as we thought it was, and data center was bad. And gross margins were bad, both for 3Q and 4Q, and the buybacks are paused. So literally, if you look at the data center particularly, which is the core business that I want Intel to be able to defend, the pricing in that business was down 15% year on year, which means that AMD is attacking that market very aggressively relative to Intel, and Intel's trying to reduce price to compete in that market. So disappointing results all around, Paul, and this was a pretty low bar for Intel from a quarterly perspective, and they certainly did not meet it.
So I wonder, Anand, are we just, I feel like over the last year or so, are we just seeing the coming undone of Intel basically here?
Look, they missed that's a fantastic question, Carol. And they were late on 14 nanometer. Mm-hmm. They were late on 10 nanometer. They're late on 7 nanometer. Okay. So, I mean, I've used the ice cream shop analogy, right?
Oh,
so,
boy.
Look, data center computing is very different now than it was 5-10 years ago. You have more flavors in the ice cream shop. You have the FPGAs, companies like Xilinx and Altera, which is now part of Intel, being used. You have companies like NVIDIA's GPUs being used extensively for some workloads. And you have even ARM threatening to nip at the heels of the x86 ecosystem. So more flavors in the ice cream shop. It ain't just vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate anymore relative to 10 years ago. So that's one. You have that competitive threat. Second is AMD, which makes core vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate, maybe not as many sub-flavors, maybe no French vanilla, maybe no double deep chocolate. But
how about a coffee? I'm a coffee ice cream kind of gal, but that's okay.
There you go. So you don't have that variety within the cocoa spectrum, right, if you may? But they're able to take some share. And the answer, and AMD's competing there as well. So if you can't broaden out your ice cream shop, and your ice cream machine is somewhat broken and your vanilla smells funny, right? You're going to have problems both in the core and in the diversifying nature of computing together. So Intel's having that problem, and their ice cream machine being broken is an effective analogy to their transistor shrinkage methodology they're not able to do 1410 and 7 nanometer on time. Meanwhile, AMD is executing phenomenally, and they're going to continue to gain share. So,
is this a management issue?
I'm going to take that as a yes. Then the coming undone. Is that fair?
We're seeing it unravel for sure. Okay. Remember that they have 90+% share, so it's going to take a long time, and they have opportunities to fix it, but it ain't pretty right now.
Well, Paul, you make a good point about management.
Yeah, is this a management fix? Is this a capital fix? I just got to double or triple R&D. What do they do here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Look, these problems multi-generational and they're one on top of the other. You can't just throw money at the problem and have a solution overnight, number one. Number two, it's not talent that you can suddenly make a small acquisition and ta-da, problems go away. These are capital decisions and talent decisions and investment decisions that were made 18 months ago. And as a result, the effective delay today, if you're trying to fix it today, is an answer, call it 12 months from now. And you hope that at that point, AMD is in at least in catching distance. If not, you're still going to be a generation and a half behind. So that's the risk that we run. So, and yes, the CEO is a finance guy, unlike every other CEO of Intel of yore. But I don't know if there's an easy fix either in the capital department or in the R&D department.
So all of this is happening while we're probably going to see China continue to go into overdrive to develop their domestic technology industry, especially their chip capabilities. So how does that even further hinder Intel going forward?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and we've written extensively about this. Look, I mean, in the China-U.S. tech Cold War scenario, the U.S. is substantially advantaged and China is substantially disadvantaged, right? You can't, this is intellectual property, this is chip manufacturing, this is chip manufacturing equipment, this is chip manufacturing design software. All the pieces of the puzzle are predominantly in the U.S. corner, secondarily in the Japanese corner, and tertiarily in the Taiwanese corner, right? They are not in China's corner. So you can arguably force put some pressure on the U.S. manufacturing hardware manufacturing or hardware assembly ecosystem, which, by the way, some of it is definitely moving out of China, but one kind of pressure is certainly disproportionately in favor of the U.S. versus the Chinese. The China's pressure, it can apply pressure, and it's going to be near term. It's going to be acute. But we believe that the U.S. has a dramatic upper hand in this technology Cold War.
Interesting.
Good stuff.
Great to talk to you, Anand. Anand Srinivasan, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us to give us the latest thoughts on Intel. And it's a tough road to hoe, it seems like, for Intel. Anand was suggesting there's so much competition in some of the key parts of the market.
And hard to imagine when, if you go back a few years, you just thought, okay, they completely dominate the chip industry, nothing can go wrong, and it's just a reminder that nothing is for certain and is a given, certainly in this changing world. All right, what?
For those of you listening in New York and San Francisco and watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 99.1 in D.C., sound on us.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Paul Sweeney. We've covered a lot of ground, Paul, but we're not quite done. We're going to highlight some of my conversation at Milken Global Conference this week that had to do with global real estate. So some really thoughtful conversations there. And a little bit later on, we're going to talk about Dell.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure, like many real estate investors and owners, they want people back to work, don't they?
Yeah, no doubt about it. And in China, it's happening. All right, we'll get to that in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories. A lot of news after the close. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello there. Top of the top, Intel reporting sales that didn't match Wall Street estimates. However, gave a tepid forecast that is stoking more concern that manufacturing delays are whittling away at its lead in semiconductors. Keeping an eye on Intel, they are down 10% after hours. The company's data center chip business suffered a 10% decline in revenue after a weak economy hurt sales to large companies and government customers. Again, Intel plunging after hours by 10%. Food and Drug Administration today approved Gilead Sciences' antiviral therapy remdesivir, granting broad clearance for the coronavirus treatment. Shares are up now by 4.6% in extended trading. It was an up day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing today. Perhaps the biggest story of all, though, the 10-year, 0.86% down 11/30 seconds. Banks were rallying today. S&P up 17, up 0.5%. The Dow up 152, up 0.5% as well. NASDAQ up 21, higher by 0.2%. Gold down $19 the ounce, a drop there of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, 40.66 a barrel. As for the why, we had banks rallying, as I mentioned, a jump in Treasury yields, worth repeating, the 10-year 0.86%. Lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Earnings front and center today. Airlines reporting. Southwest says it is seeing an uptick in travel demand. In fact, it will resume selling middle seats on flights beginning December 1st. CEO Gary Kelly spoke this morning with Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Yeah, it feels like the third quarter is the low point, and it feels like things will improve from here. We definitely are having a better October than we had in the third quarter, so that's a welcome improvement. And November, in terms of the visibility we have there, looks like it will be better still.
And Southwest Airlines shares flying high today, up 5.2% among some of the other airlines. American Airlines Group up by 3.2%. United Airlines Holdings up 4.8% today. Delta surging 7%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.86%. S&P up 17, up 0.5%. Bank stocks rally. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. This portion of Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Wells Fargo Commercial Banking, helping customers chart the way ahead in uncertain times. Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of uncertain times and uncertainty, that certainly pertains to the global real estate market. And this week, the Milken Institute Global Conference wrapped up virtually. I participated in a panel. It was called Real Estate in the Eye of the Storm. We caught up with Xin Zhang, she's CEO at Soho China, David Warren, CEO at DW Partners, Jonathan Goldstein, CEO at Kane International, and Richard Mack, CEO of Mack Real Estate Group. We covered all asset classes within real estate. In this particular clip, Xin Zhang of Soho China, she's dubbed the woman who built Beijing. She talks about getting back to work and what China looked like now.
People are back to work. A lot of people wear masks, but largely, life has gone back to normal. In the earlier time, that the first 2 quarters of this year, we installed infrathermal to just check temperature, body temperature of every person come into the building. We don't even do that anymore because China now has almost zero virus, so it is not required anymore. And you can just see that, working life has definitely gone back to normal. And I think that's very important to, once people feel safe, and, it's not that hard to get back to how, ordinary life is. I know outside of China, outside of Asia, people really wonder whether this is going to be a transformational change. And would people ever go back to work, the old ways? And people are so used to working online, and this is not the case in China, because you can see that there are people just everywhere.
Well, and I do wonder, and let me ask the rest of the panel, are you all watching Asia very closely to see how they are reopening? And I know everything isn't apples to apples, but I think I see, David, you're shaking your head. Tell me what you're watching here.
Oh, I'm going to try to avoid politics, but goal number one, get your infection density down, and then lots and lots of things are possible. We haven't quite done that in the U.S. and haven't quite done that, Jonathan, in London.
No, exactly. I mean, goal number one, I would say, is testing. I'm sure that's what David means by get your infection rates down. So I think that the Western countries, as an average, but certainly Britain and America as particular examples, have done a horrible job in managing a situation and thinking ahead about how we can get the cities and our businesses back to work. And what that's caused is, in Britain now, is a new shutdown, effectively, in one form or other. And that's because of the lack of testing. We have no idea who is positive, who is negative, who's carrying the virus, who's asymptomatic, et cetera, et cetera. If we were able to get a handle on that, we'd be able to get cities and countries back to some level of normality much faster than we've already done. And once we've done that, business can regulate.
Slightly here and say that, yes, we've done a terrible job getting people back to work and managing the virus here in the U.S. But I do think that the U.S. is going to have some permanent changes associated with COVID. The U.S. is set up much more for a distributed workforce. There are many great secondary and tertiary cities and places to live that I think is different than Asia, where people can find great universities, great hospital care, and outdoor and other type of amenities that make secondary and tertiary cities very appealing. And this trend was occurring prior to COVID, and COVID's accelerated it. Yes, I do think the big cities are going to be large and vibrant again once we have control of the vaccine. But I do think that we're going to see an accelerated pattern of people moving from the biggest cities. That's what we saw prior to COVID.
So I've got to say, again, my Milken panel that was all about real estate. I mean, it was an amazing lineup, great view into kind of what's going around the world. And I feel like, Paul, for the most part, these guys are long-term investors. They just see an acceleration of some of the trends that were already happening.
Yeah, and what jumped out at me was the China, how they're back to effectively back to normal. And it just makes it so frustrating in the Western world. We're just fumbling here. It doesn't have to be this way. And I don't know why you can't do a better job.
Yeah, well, you can't get into a building unless your app says you're clear of the virus. So It's a very different system. All right, let's get back to World and National News. Back on over to Denise Pellegrini. Hi, Denise.
Hey, Carolyn and Paul. Well, we're monitoring exactly that spread of the virus that you're talking about in the U.S., and it's all too familiar, of course, in places like the tri-state area, but now it's playing out in the Midwest as well. And Mayor Lori Lightfoot announcing a curfew going up in Chicago starting tomorrow.
All non-essential businesses will be closed to the public from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. All liquor sales will be closed as of 9 p.m. across the city. That's restaurants, cocktails to go, and any other alcohol sales. Stop at 9 p.m.
And that's as cases spike in the Chicago area. Meantime, Utah Governor Gary Herbert says his state's ICUs are reaching capacity.
We're finding, in fact, doesn't matter if you love each other and your family or friends, that doesn't make you immune from getting the COVID-19 virus.
And the Republican governor is pleading with residents to avoid social gatherings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says progress is being made on stimulus talks between Democrats and Republicans.
Help is on the way.
And Pelosi keeping her mask on for that briefing, sounding a bit muffled there, not taking it off as she has in the past to brief reporters. And just hours now till tonight's presidential debate. It is the last between President Trump, of course, and Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden before the November 3rd election. And we'll have live special coverage for you right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
I actually am so excited. I feel like a kid that I've got to get my homework done before I can watch the debate. Is that like, what a nerd? You know, it's like I want to watch like the Christmas special, you know?
Right.
I got to get my homework done before I can go watch it. One story, though, we do want to point out on the Bloomberg, anything to do with real estate, we're there. Ashrat Carmiel just covers it so well.
Yeah.
This has to do with Hampton's home prices soaring to a record in a rush for beach retreats. People are planning that if they're going to continue to be in lockdown, they're thinking about where they want to kind of spend their time.
Yeah, and this is not just the summer. You know, I need my summer place for the season, if you will, for the parties. I'm hunkering down year round, and this is an investment. It seems like for the long term. So the median for properties that change hands in the third quarter soared 40% from a year earlier to 1.2 million, the highest in more than 15 years of data keeping. That's according to Miller Samuel. And it's just amazing, the chart they have here. It's just the highest, that we've seen. And the last peak was just right before the financial crisis. So people are just looking to get out of the city, maybe not get far away from the city, but get out of the city center density-wise. And the Hamptons aren't the worst place to go, I guess. If you've got the means. If you've got the means.
Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I mean, I'm a beach kid too. So if I'm going to spend some time somewhere, sales jumping, they said 51%, the biggest annual increase since 2014. But we've seen it. We know in just talking to various guests on air, Paul, people are often either out on Long Island, out at the Hamptons, or they're up in Connecticut, or they're at some kind of resort location, Aspen, you name it.
And
That's where people
also guests we're coming to New Jersey, the town I live in. Everything is moving. Homes that have been on the market, even the very high end, which had not been moving.
Yeah,
everything's moving. Everything's going.
You know what that means, Paul Sweeney? It's time to sell your home.
I know that. I know that. It's interesting. But it's a phenomenon. How long will it last? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's all contingent on vaccine and how much more we see of the virus. So it's all really connected. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Intel plunges after hours. It reported sales that did match estimates, but it gave a tepid forecast. That is stoking more concern that manufacturing delays are whittling away its lead in semiconductors. Intel down now by 10%. Also today, Gilead is up after hours. The Food and Drug Administration did approve Gilead Sciences' antiviral therapy remdesivir, granting broad clearance for the coronavirus treatment. Remdesivir, again made by Gilead up by 4.4%. Keeping an eye on Mattel after hours, shares are surging, up now by 6.8%. It exceeded sales expectations in the third quarter. More customers snapping up Barbie dolls and Hot Wheels toys. It was an up day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks rose as banks rallied on a jump in Treasury yields. Lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Here's where we ended the day. Right now, the S&P up 17, up 0.5%. The Dow up 152, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 21, up by 0.2%. 10-year down 12.30 seconds. 10-year yield jumping to 0.86%. Gold down 1%, 19.04 the ounce. In West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.65 a barrel. Again, recapping and repeating. 10-year yield 0.86%. S&P up 17, up 0.5. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So yesterday was Dell's World Digital Experience. Our Nico Grant for Bloomberg News wrote about it, too, and he talked about how Dell is looking to hybrid cloud for its next chapter. Let's get more, though, on the direction of the company. Let's check in with Jeff Clark. He's Dell Technologies Chief Operating Officer, Vice Chairman, and he joins us on the phone from Austin, Texas. Jeff, good to have you here with Paul and myself. How are you? What's your world been like the last 6 or 7 months?
Well, Carol and Paul, it's been trying times. It's been certainly a human crisis on many levels, and then an exciting time to be in the technology space as we've seen, quite frankly, long-time trends in our industry be accelerated in the digital future, rapidly coming at us much quicker than we would have thought 10 short months ago.
So interesting, Jeff, you just had your customer event yesterday. What was the focus of that event? What were you trying to really get across in this new world that we're in?
Sure. Yesterday and, in fact, today, we have Dell Technology Worlds going on. And Michael and myself and Pat Gelsinger from VMware, John Rose, our CTO, and Allison Dew, our CMO, did a keynote focusing on what we'll call Project Apex, which I'm sure we'll get to talk about that in a few moments. But we talked holistically about our optimistic view of the digital future and how it's going to arrive much faster than we planned. We had Tammy Irwin from Verizon Business. We had Rob Carter from FedEx talking to us and talking to our customers about how the world is going to change. We're going to see a decentralization of computing, a rapidly emerging edge where much of the data of the future is going to be generated. We've had a number of technical sessions with our customers and partners, and all in all, a really strong turnout. We couldn't be more excited. And it's our first time ever doing it virtual, which was in itself an accomplishment.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk about, needing our technological infrastructure. We've never seen it more before. I do wonder, Jeff, about some of the longer term trends, whether, we talk a lot about things as basic as consumer PC demand, how long that still lasts, will other trends that have been such a part of our life, go off into other directions. And I just do wonder for investors, what are the longer trends that they need to be thinking about from your perspective and from really your vantage point?
Well, from our seat, you have this, what we think again and described over the past number of years is this digital acceleration, which essentially means how technology has become front and center, an integral part of everyone's business, how we've moved into this data era, and digital transformation is really about companies' adoption of that. And we see a number of trends that emerge from that: wide-scale connectivity, data-driven insights, automation, embedded intelligence, and everything that we do in the future, and ultimately a world of autonomous machines, smart factories, smart cities, smart cars, smart hospitals, smart schools. And what we've seen with 2020 is an acceleration of all of those trends, again, beyond what any of us would have thought at the beginning of the year.
So, Jeff, give us a sense of, as you think about your hybrid cloud business as a service model, the competitive position. It seems like HPE is already there. Do you feel like you're a little late getting into that business or investing in that business?
Well, I think a couple of things that I would point out. We've been in the as-a-service business for over a decade. We've had a number of offers of flexible consumption for our customers. We've been the leader in a hybrid cloud at Dell Technologies, particularly with the VMware asset of the corporation and how VMware and what we've done to integrate our solutions brings together public clouds, private clouds, traditional data centers, and the new emerging edge. What we announced yesterday, I think, is our go-forward strategy. It's really a vision about how as-a-service really is going to evolve for Dell and its customers. We're going to drastically simplify how our customers access our technology. What Project Apex does, which was our big announcement yesterday, is really accelerate our effort. It aligns our companies to bring really four key things to our customers. One is, how do we deliver IT resources on demand? Two, how do we provide infrastructure and managed for our customers? And our customers want to have a model where they pay for only what they use. And then lastly, it's built on a foundation of our trusted technology at Dell Technologies. And we believe this is really the next move beyond what we've been doing for the past decade in as-a-service to really give our customers the simple, consistent, and choice they want to modernize their technology. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, it gives us some insight. Jeff, I do wonder if you had to name one or two top opportunities, and I'm curious, it probably plays into what you just said, you know, a couple of top opportunities for you in 2021, what would they be if you had to whittle it down?
Well, I think clearly we have the opportunity when we look at our customers where they're investing and where their priorities are, the continued enablement of working from home and learning from home. Literally seeing the work around business continuity, keeping employees and, for that matter, students connected. So enabling working from home, learning from home is a trend that we think continues. The second priority that we see from our customers is they're trying to digitize their own customer experiences. So this notion of digital transformation translating into their customer interactions, we continue to see accelerating.